Esteemed ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Comrades power. Comrades Ria. Yes, my name is Joseph Olo, the president of Technical University of Mombasa Student Association. And with me is my vice chairperson by the name Tabitha Njeri. Let me allow her just to stand and wave. Yes, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. Barikiwe sana.
Thank you. Please, presidents, that's why I was asking for presidents. Let's be very brief. This introduction session should not take more than 5 minutes. Remi Osotsi, Multimedia University. Wise man. Remy has served for 4 terms. He should not retire. Allow me to introduce Safia from Kemo.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Safia Galmguyo, the President, Kenya Methodist University. With me, I have the Secretary General Emeritus and the current KUSO spokesperson and the incoming president next year, Kisero. You can stand up and wave. Unfortunately, that is the only person from my delegation. Thank you.
Thank you. Eugene Otieno, Strathmore. Strathmore, there.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eugene Otieno Nyaribo, President Strathmore. I traveled alone, unfortunately. Most of our leaders have exams, and I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. Maxwell Kiprono Seku.
Hi, everyone. I'm Maxwell Kiprono Kimeto, President Southeastern Kenya University. Unfortunately, I came alone. Thank you.
Thank you. Alex Mwangi. Dekut Alex Mwangi.
So God is good, and all the time. My good name is Alex Mwangi, President, Dedan Kimathi University of Technology. This is the only university in the slopes of Mount Kenya and the only university in East Africa with a semiconductor limited. Thank you. Fortunately, I came alone.
Thank you. Sydney Wakungu, Kisii.
Good morning. I am Sydney Wahungu. I am the current president of Kisii University. I'm the only representative from the institution, and I'm glad to be here.
Thank you. Chepkoech from Machakos. Where is she?
Hi, everyone. My name is Ashley Chepkoech. I'm the president of Machakos University. And with me, I'm here with my Secretary General and a representative from the Congress. Thank you.
Thank you. Philemon Kibet, Embu University.
Okay, it's University of Embu, not Embu University. My name is Philemon Kibet, the President, University of Embu, and it's my pleasure to be here. Thank you.
University of Embu. Sawa. Finally, Julius Odhiambo from ZTech.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Julius Odhiambo from ZTech University. I'm here with my Secretary General and the Deputy President. They're just around. You'll see them, interact with them. I'm happy to be here and ready for the insights. Thank you.
Thank you. Wakili Samuel. Mark Ougo, KSL.
It's Mark Ouya. So, my name is Otieno Samuel Mark Ouya. I'm the president of the Kenya School of Law. Today, I'm here alone. I know people are wondering. Joshua Okayo is the immediate former president. I'm the current former president. I'm the current president, not former. So don't worry about that. I'm not as an activist as Okayo. So that's why I was not abducted. So don't worry about that. So yes, that is me, and I'm very ready here for the insights that are going to come from the panelists and the engagement towards national development and the students' issues. Thank you.
That which the law does not prohibit is expressly allowed by implication. David Kasavuli, great sir.
Good morning, distinguished guests. My name is David Kasavuli, president of Greater University, and I'm accompanied with my vice, Esther. Thank you.
Thank you. If you are a representative from any university that I haven't mentioned and you're sat here, please just stand up for maximum 2 minutes. Any university, leave alone the obvious one. Any other university that I have not mentioned? Thank you. Let the mic pass.
Hello, I'm Bwana Ogonji from Masinde Muliro University. Thanks.
Masinde Muliro has a very big delegation. Masinde Muliro, please stand up. Masinde Muliro University, all the way from Kakamega. Yeah, give her the mic.
Good morning, leaders.
Good morning.
I am Midwinter Nyambura, President, International Leadership University. In case you're not hearing, in case you've never heard it.
The journey to your dream career begins here at Nairobi Aviation College. We are IATA, Africa and Middle East top-performing authorized training center, specializing in hands-on training in aeronautical engineering.
Good morning, leaders. How doest thou? Okay, this is Mbadi Daniel Valentine. There is also a short man in the room. So Mbadi George is my bro. I'm from the University of Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology, a Congress, and the 9th Muso President come next year. Thank you.
Hi everyone. God is good and all the time. My name is Barbara Simiyu. I'm from Meru University, the Vice President. Thank you.
Okay. To the delegation from the National Treasury, fellow student leaders, good morning. I am Benedict Midamba from Egerton University. I'm not alone, but my vice chair is on her way. She'll also be gracing the occasion. I'm glad to be here. Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Shem Onduko, Secretary General, Koitalel Samoy. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I'm Taita Somari, Secretary General, Laikipia University, the only university in Kenya with a lake and a tropical forest. Thank you.
There is a lake in the University of Nairobi. Have you walked there? I will invite you. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Odhiambo Valentin Oliver, representative African Nazarene University.
Comrades, power.
Power.
Comrades, power. Amanjiri Beatrice, Vice President, Maseno University, the only university along the equator. And I'm here with the former Secretary General, Paul Samuel. Maybe you can just wave. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm very grateful to be here. Hope so we'll work together. Thank you.
Comrades, viva! Comrades, viva! Yeah, so my name is Caroline Boya. Yeah, I'm the former Deputy Speaker, Kenyatta University, and the Faculty Congressperson, School of Pure and Applied Sciences. With me, I came with the former Secretary General, Zadok Nyakwaka. You may stand and wave. Thank you.
Yeah, all the protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Mbadi. I'm the Vice President of Kabarnet University, the youngest university in Kenya, and it's the Constituent College of Moi University. I'm representing Kabarnet University.
Comrades power. Comrades wisdom. The delegation from the National Treasury and my fellow student leaders, good morning. I'm Ronnie Kipkorir, representing Alube University and serving as the Secretary General, standing in for the President. Alube University is the only university at the border, bordering Kenya-Uganda. It is the passion of knowledge. Thank you so much. I'm not alone because many of them are following online, but physically I'm here alone.
Comrades viva! Viva Comrades viva! Mmekunywa chai, mnisalimie. Viva Comrades viva! My name is Aaron Odhiambo. To our respected PA of the National Treasury, Bwana Yogo, karibu sana. The entire National Treasury team, karibu. Chairman Steering Committee, karibu. I'm the chairperson of the Colleges Association of the Rift Valley and Western Region. And I'm also the deputy broad-based director, Nyanza Region, Kisumu. Clap for me. Nyanza Region, Kisumu, Homa Bay, and Siaya. And and Kisumu, the lower Europe. It is Homa Bay where money sleeps. Money wakes up in Migori County, bathes in Kisumu, walks towards Nairobi. Clap for that.
Thank you, Kiongozi.
So, kidogo to Sam. We are very privileged to be here. We have to say a very much thank you to our Honorable National Treasury, Honorable John Mbadi Ngongo, Nyang Tere Ngongo, Raumani Nakasani. Clap for Mbadi. Asanteni sana na Mungu awabariki.
I think
that introduction is full.
Such insight should be
Aaron
recorded.
Odhiambo.
Such.
Hey.
I understand he's the women rep was a Katonge. Such insight should be recorded and posted on X. Should we give Aaron another chance to speak? Will we record him? Give Aaron the mic. Women rep was a Katonge, please stand up. We can record. Oh, he will speak. Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Good morning, all. My name is Ayugi Joseph Opio, Kibabi University Secretary General. I'm here.
And I'm really glad for this program about budget. I am very passionate about economics and finance. And for the young people, it is important, and the strongest economies are the ones that the young people understand how money moves, how decisions are made, and how actually they can contribute to it. So we are here to learn. Thank you so much.
Comrades power. Comrades power. Comrades wisdom. I'm Odongo James. I'm from Masinde Muliro University. Former Congress. Currently, I serve as the chairperson of the Lake Victoria Students Association MUST chapter. There's a very big organization. When you come to MUST, it's called Lavesa. Without Lavesa, hiyo kitu huwezi ona. So I had some gentleman by the name Mbadi Valentine. Currently is aspiring to be the 9th Muzo president. So for the gentleman to be the president, he has to pass through Lavesa. And speaking to you is the Lavesa chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, last two.
My name is Alan.
to be part of the conversation that we're just about to have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Finally, I have heard the only university at the equator, the only university near the border, the only university. Now, please, in a very special way, or else I will be kidnapped. Allow me welcome delegation from the greatest university on earth and some parts of heaven. University of the living and the dead. University of the wisest people to ever grace earth. The great University of Nairobi. Please, if you are a student leader from the University of Nairobi, please stand up. I'll start from the governor of the largest faculty, the faculty with the tallest towers in the country, main campus.
Okay, thank you very much, Bwana Sam Ougo, and to all the guests, all my comrades, my fellow leaders who are here. Good, I think it is afternoon, if I'm not sure. Oh, it's still morning, a few minutes to afternoon. Anyway, I'm not that wrong. Good morning. I'm Ian Brandon, the governor of main campus, that is the largest faculty, and it is equivalent to some other institutions. The population in main campus is around 20,000 students, so that is the population to some institutions that have been mentioned here. That's why you had, that's why you had him mention that one of the largest faculty in Eastern and Central Africa. Yeah, so with me, I have a team from different faculties. We do have 13 faculties, so I'll let them introduce themselves.
Okay, comrades power. Comrades power. Comrades Nyame. Comrades Ketne. Mbadi power. Okay, my name is Innocent Duncan Otieno, Governor Faculty of Education, Kiku Campus. I'm glad to be here, and we are ready to engage, and we are ready to have a talk, and hoping we are going to meet several people, and we are going even to interact with the several delegation from the Treasury and even the CS himself. Otherwise, comrades, wherever you are, you need to increase your network and even your net worth. So interact with your fellow leaders and also interact with the former leaders and even everyone who is around here. Ensure you have some contacts with you. Otherwise, may God bless you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Comrades Power, Comrades Ria, Comrades Tibim, Comrades Zigzag. So my name is Sharif Marunga, and I'm currently serving as the governor, University of Nairobi, Apakabete campus. The only campus in the University of Nairobi that is behind the production of the varsity yogurt. Asanteni sana.
All protocols observed. Good morning. Good afternoon. Comrades power. Comrades viva. Comrades ria. Comrades nyame. My name is Ian Ochieng. Sports reps UNSA main campus. I'm from University of Nairobi, the biggest university in Africa and some parts of heaven, the mother and father of all universities in Africa.
Thank you. Thank you. To cap it all, you'll allow me once again to have SG Emeritus and Juliet Boga to speak on behalf of the whole delegation from University of Nairobi. You can start with Juliet.
Good morning. Comrades power. Na umenyamaza. Okay, my name is Juliet Boga from the University of Nairobi. And to all the delegation that is here, thank you so much for finding time to be here, to at least be able to exchange in knowledge and get to know more and even be able to interact with your fellow members. To all the leaders who are here, thank you so much for making time. Remember that you are the future of tomorrow and you're the leaders of today. So all the delegation, thank you so much. And to the entire fraternity of University of Nairobi, also thank you so much for making time. Thank you.
Thank you. Chairman.
Once again, I'm Remy Soti, the Secretary of Sakatonge Association. But anyway, I will not sit and watch Chairman introduce himself. That's the biggest association we have right now in Nairobi, Chairman. And you have to bear with us that Sakatonge is the only association that will now encompass all of you with the funny titles here, like women ref or whatever. So my chairman is here. I don't want to speak much. He's a serious man with serious titles. But then chairman, remember to introduce your members because Pascal is yearning to introduce himself.
Wasakatonge power. Wasakatonge power. Wasakatonge ria. Wasakatonge ria. Wasakatonge wisdom. Wasakatonge wisdom. A wise man once said that an ant that jumps from the ground to the top of an anthill is still on the ground. Wasakatonge power. My name is Ramesh Saxena. I'm the chairman of Sakatonge Association. As my secretary has said, everyone in this room is Sakatonge. The chair of the committee and a Sakatonge. Okay. Everyone from the treasury wana Sakatonge. Comrades, sisi tumekujia tonge leo. Na watufunze tukishapata tonge tutatumia vipi, na pia watufunze ile tonge ya serikali inatumika vipi na itasaidia wasakatonge kama sisi vipi, si ndio? Nimeambiwa nitaje wasakatonge. Wasakatonge, tonge is actually daily bread. So we are seekers of daily bread. That is why we are here. So the chairmanship, if you are wondering, is given according to your level of seeking bread. As things stand, it seems I'm the biggest bread seeker around. So if you guys are looking at people, look at me well. I'm also the former Secretary General, the University of Nairobi. Sahi mimi ni emeritus, lakini uzuri kuna kusaka tonge. Nimeshukuru. I'd like to introduce a few individuals wenye wanasaka tonge. Prominent wasakatonge, kindly rise. So I'll be finishing. So
Chair, just a minute. Please take pictures. We are officially starting the program, yeah? Let's engage more on the digital space. These people standing up, take their pictures, record the man speaking, and let's tag National Treasury. Let's put the hashtag. Thank you.
So these are seekers of daily bread. So for the sake of our suffering, kindly allow us just to say our names. If you will be kind, sir.
Quickly.
Kwa majina naitwa Aaron Odhiambo, vile nilisema mwanzo, I'm the women rep of Sakatonge company. Asante.
Okay, thank you very much. By name, I'm Agwanda Eric, a former student leader from the Great Technical University of Mombasa, the only university at the sea level. Thank you very much.
My name is Kera Beach, the SG Emeritus, MKU. The Council of Elders was Sakatonge. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, my name is Tony Odhiambo from the mighty Kenyatta University. I'm the Vice Chair of Sakatonge Community.
Kisero Junior Kennedy Otieno, Secretary General Emeritus Kemu, Spokesperson Kuso. I'm the National Coordinator of Sakatonge. Kitaka kupangwa kusakatonge, go through me. Thank you.
Comrades, wisdom. Comrades, wisdom. No matter how big your head is, you cannot leave it at home. FCPA Don Ochieng Ochilo, Head of Tension Management Wasakatonge, PA Office of the incoming MCA CBD Ward, Honorable Yang Babu, Youth for Youth, and also a member of KBB, Kumi Bila Break, Broad-Based Government. A degree holder, I'm graduating tomorrow. You are all welcome.
Comrades, power! So, my name is Pascal Odhiambo. I'm from the university in the CBD, that is the Technical University of Kenya. I'm the immediate former academic sec there. I'm the organizing sec of Wasakatonge Association and one of the pioneers of that organization. And I want to say this, if you are coming from outside Nairobi, we are the organization that welcomes you here in Nairobi, led by our chairperson, Ramesh.
Thank you.
And also part of it, we have Solomon Aira there. So it is an extended family. I'm also part of the broad-based government. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Asante sana, Samuel Odhiambo from Machakos University, the treasurer of Sakatonge. Asante sana.
Thank you.
Comrades, viva! Comrades, viva! My name is Zadok Nyakwaka. As was introduced, I'm the former SG, KU, but right now an ordinary member of Wasakatonge. And if you just allow me, Wasakatonge Association has branches that encompasses people all over. On the other hand, you will see a section where Shimewa Kutoka Treasury, people who are saying Nyang is not performing. And then the people will be saying Nyang is performing, so that those who are saying Nyang is not performing can be called to the table through the invitation of those who are already there, so that we can get the daily bread. If you see us saying that Odisanya Wangaya is going home, it's only that atusemi that Magwanga ametupatia tonge, lakini yeye hajapeana tonge. So we are happy to be with you, and as been said, we are the determinants of Kumi Bila Break.
Thank you.
Viva comrades, viva! Viva comrades, viva!
My name is Teddy Otieno Jura. I'm a faithful member and a chaplain to the Wasakatonge, former governor, Kenya Science Campus, and a first-year student, MKU, Parklands Law.
Thank you. Finally, as the mic is going, please, those people who are sat where the mic is going, just come. Come and fill these seats here. Please.
Viongozi viva. Viongozi viva. Comrades power. I'm Azimio Washington Nyongo. I'm the only man who has a name that Baba used as a coalition name to run his presidential bid the 5th time. I'm also a live member of the Wasakatonge Association, and I'm telling our chairman that I'm coming for that chairmanship because I want to push myself harder this time round so that I can occupy your seat. Otherwise, thank you very much. I hope that we are going to engage and we are going to come out with good ideas at the end of this meeting.
Comrades power. Comrades ria. Ningekaa pale na niweze kujiintroduce tena, singekubaliwa in the next meeting ya Wasakatonge. So I am once again Solomon Aira Uon Nyota. I am the Secretary General of Wasakatonge. So huyo mwenye anasema yeye ni Secretary General anataka ku. What I want to tell you, Uon Nyota has 9 lives. You will see out, I will send you to Wasio Natonge Association. So kindly talk to me after this meeting. You go back and withdraw your statement in the next meeting of Wasakatonge. Wasakatonge power. Wasakatonge ria. Wasakatonge transaction. Iko.
These people have romanticized being broke. A war. Thank you. Once again, let's engage with the topic of today. We are very heavy on the digital space. That is X, Facebook. The hashtag is Budget Yetu, Sauti Yetu. Please tag the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Economic Planning, tag these people and let's engage. Now we are moving on to the next session. Thank you very much. By the way, let's clap for ourselves. We are having different topics that are being discussed. I'm being told for a minute, let everyone just take their phones and take a selfie or a snap.
Si kila mtu akona simu yake hapa? Kindly. Yeah. Unaweza simama, you can do anything. Tell them tuko site, tuko site. Tuko site. Engagement na CS Mbadi imeanza, si ndio? And you know this is the maiden engagement. Hatujawahi kuwa na hiki kikao before. Once you've done that, you tag CS John Mbadi on Twitter, John Mbadi N. Capital J, capital M, capital N. Are we there? And you are not restricted, lazima utumie tu Twitter, you can go to Instagram, unaweza tumia Facebook, all the social media channels you know of. Okay? Sawa.
This is the first Cabinet Secretary of National Treasury to bring on board student leaders across the country to take part in conversations of fiscal planning. Let's clap for Waziri. The Wi-Fi password, I've not crammed it, but I think it will be displayed once again on the screens so that we can access the social media spaces. At this point, allow me welcome the moderator of a panel that we are going to have until health break. That is Wendy Chepchumba. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Our esteemed guests, who I will introduce in a few, and distinguished student leaders. It is an honor and a privilege to be the moderator of this particular upcoming topical session. Now, as we see on our program, we shall be having our first address from the one and only Advocate of the High Court of Kenya, Millie Lwaga. And our topic, or her topic, is accessing national and county governance structures for effective leadership. Now, she is currently an advisor to the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, with the pillars of strategy, legal, and governance. She is an advocate and governance expert. She is a former vice chairperson of the National Cohesion and Integration Commission, and she is a former presiding member of the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal. Now, what we expect to hear from her is on how to identify various ministries, agencies, and sectors that are oriented towards campus students' welfare. With a roaring round of applause, help me welcome to the podium Advocate Millie Lwaga. Let's appreciate her all the more.
Amjambo tena. Good afternoon. What is the greeting for young people nowadays? I've been hearing you say comrade. Huh? Chude. Okay, can you stand up and chude me then?
Chude.
That's chude me before we start.
Wasakatonge.
Thank you very much. Now, I will not claim that I have the credentials to stand here and speak before academic giants, because when you're a student at the university, you are a giant as far as learning goes. But I will say that I have that little experience and niche and space that may allow me to be able to speak to you about certain issues, and I'll tell you briefly why I think so. Now, I'm sure that in this room, the number of people who are 30 years must be extremely few. And I have been working for 30 years. Now, I have been an advocate, of course, of the High Court in private practice, and that was a lot of fun. And then I have gone and done different things. I was a legal counsel at FIDA. Those were the days when FIDA was feared by men thoroughly, because when they saw us, they thought we were going to take all their money away. I moved from there and went and worked with different international organizations, among them different UN agencies. And then after the post-election violence in 2008, we were the team that was selected by the two brothers, President Mwai Kibaki and Prime Minister Raila Odinga, CGH, may their souls rest in peace, to form the first cohesion.
I wish to warmly welcome all Kenyans and our visitors to Jamhuri Week, taking place from Monday, 8 December to 12 at the KICC. Join us as we let's celebrate our rich culture, unique experience, and the vibrancy that make Kenya a truly special destination. You're most welcome.
The only arm of government that I've not worked in is the legislature. I thought it would be important for me to speak to you as we launch this great thing. And this great thing that we are launching today is thanks not just to the patronage of FCPA, John Mbadi, the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury. By the way, you need to be on top of things, and we say young people don't read. It is no longer National Treasury and Economic Planning. The President of the Republic of Kenya passed a paper where he named it as the National Treasury. So he's the Cabinet Secretary of the National Treasury, and he was able to grasp this idea because of 5 vibrant people amongst you here. That is Okech Solomon, Quinta Owimo, Sam Ougo, Alo Joel, and Mbadi George. Their hard work, their enthusiasm, their skill, their wish to have you participate in this process is why you're seated here today. And please give them a round of applause for that. Now, as student leaders, because National Treasury is here, it is not just the Cabinet Secretary, but the National Treasury team is here. And the Treasury team is here because they want to walk this journey of managing the financial resources of the country with you as students, to be able to ensure that you have a say, that your voices are heard, and that you're not just passengers in the vehicle that is pushing the national agenda forward. And it is for that reason that it is important for you to be able to understand how meaningfully you can grasp this opportunity. An opportunity that you're given is as good as the use you make of it. Now, one of the things that you will note is that sometimes you can have a great idea and you may want to do something with that idea, but if you don't know where to take it and you don't know who to engage with in as far as that idea is concerned, then the idea remains that. And I'm sure most of you have seen this common thing that people talk about your tombstone being written that Millie, here lies Millie, and the great many ideas that she had that never saw fruition. So it is important, and it must burn you as student leaders to want to know how best you can use this opportunity to engage in the budget process, both at implementation stage and also at the stage of actually developing or crafting the budget process. And in order for you to do that, you must understand governance. And when you understand governance, governance is simply what, and I'm sure that most of you know what governance is. Since one thing I didn't tell you about myself when I began my introduction is that I am a practicing Christian. Do you know what that means? Do you know what being a practicing Christian means? Yes, sir. I actually do. Yes. Someone else? I'm what? A walking Christian. Now, a practicing Christian is a person who fails every day and gets up every day to repeat their lives and to try and better themselves. And because I am that, I know that Christians believe in Sadaka. So we must changa. So when I'm speaking, I will ask you to changa into this conversation with me. So I want you to tell me, what is your understanding? Because that is your mchango. As far as Christianity goes, your Sadaka. What is in your understanding would governance be? Or how do you understand governance? There's no right answer, there's no right response. We are just putting our heads together. And you know my voice is actually very loud. So I can actually move from this podium, and when I come and stand beside you, you have to speak. So it's better you offer yourself before I come and stand there. Mike, who offers your understanding of governance? We have an offer here. The gentleman right here in front.
Well, I think governance is being part and taking responsibility in leadership.
Yes. That's an option, yes. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is James Lopeta from the University of Nairobi. Governance is a framework used by an organization or an institute so that everyone feels part that their contribution is heard. So that's governance according to my input.
Yes.
Yeah, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Yeah, I think I had not introduced myself. I'm Kirutu Paul Samuel, a former Secretary General of Maseno University, and also standing in as a USPAC representative, as a youth and student coordinator for peace and security. Now, on governance, I can say that governance is, in another way, is a mode of leadership.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for those who have been brave enough to stand up and share. Now, governance is simply the system by which an organization, an institution, even with your, I'm not going to try and even say the name, but there was this famous organization here that stood up and introduced themselves. You have a structure, a way in which you govern yourselves, the rules that say how do you run. Now remember, it is important for you to understand the governance structure, both at national and county level. And not because you're going to go and sit an exam for it, but because you're leaders. And because you must understand these structures in order for you to go and engage with them and be able to push the agenda forward for the students whom you're leading. Now, that system of governance is generally the same. You will find, for example, in all the ministries across the national government, there is a cabinet secretary, then there'll be a principal secretary. Some have one, some have two, some have three. So there'll be those principal secretaries, and those are the topmost decision makers or policy makers within those institutions. Then you'll find there are different other people that you need to engage with, director generals, directors, at different levels, depending depending on what issue you're pursuing at that particular stage. Now, one of the key ministries that I think is important for us to focus on is the Ministry of Education, because being students, issues education will come up. Remember that as we are implementing the budget, you will want to know, for example, how, as budget is being implemented, resources that are meant to support your agenda as students are being rolled out. As we are planning for the next budget, because remember we are actually at the mid stage almost, and I will not speak much to it because the CS will speak to you about it this afternoon, of actually developing the next budget, that you will be able to ensure that the Ministry of Education has put in place systems or processes or proposals that will protect your interests as students. And you know what those interests are. I will not speak to them, you know them better than I do. Remember that at the national level, you'll find that the Ministry of Education has got a scope. And the scope of that ministry is setting up the education policy, is setting up standards, is dealing with issues of curriculum, is dealing with issues of examination, granting of university charters, and universities generally. Now, why is it important for you as leaders to know this? So that you know where to address your issues. If it is an issue of money, is it a policy issue or is it an implementation issue? Do you want that issue to be changed? Do you want the government to change the mode that they are using to apply that policy, or do you want them to implement it better? So at what stage are you engaging with the government in this process? That is important for you as leaders to know. If you don't know, then the students you're with will not know. And if they don't know, then we have students getting agitated. And I'm sure most of you saw when we were working on the budget that we are currently implementing, a student who stood up to take on the cabinet secretary with a lot of false information that she had obtained from digital and social media. So this information is best received from you, and you have the capacity, the ability to be able to get that information. Now remember that at the national level, the Ministry of Education will of course handle, just to mention a few, higher learning, special education, promotion of sports and sports education, and then institutions of research, amongst others. Now, if you know the scope that they handle, then you will know the level and extent to which you can engage them in promoting the interests of students in as far as the budget is concerned. Let us not hear again, after you have this grand opportunity, as being the first people. And by the way, that list, if I were you, I would be taking pictures of the registration list so that I can frame it, so that one day, 20 years from now, you will say you are in the inaugural team of persons who said that students must be engaged and must be involved in the budget-making process in this country, whether it's implementation or development stage. So once you have that understanding, you'll know at which space and which process you can engage the government with. Now, at the county level, remember that different counties have different titles. But before I go there, we know that at the county level, their issues basically is pre-primary education, village polytechnics, home craft centers, farmers training centers, and child care facilities. That's the scope of education that falls under the county government. But you will know that at the county level, you'll find they have a CEC, and you have to find what title that CEC has, because counties have named them differently. I took two examples. One, they call Skills Development and Care. That is Nairobi. That is where you will find someone who may deal with issues that concern you. In Nakuru, they have Education, ICT, E-Government, and Public Communication. So that is where you'll find that issues that concern matters that will affect the students that you lead fall under. At the national level, it's a little easier because you'll find there are 3 state departments under the Ministry of Education. One is the State Department for Basic Education, and that's as basic as I can go. And then there is the State Department for Vocational and Technical Training, and then there is the State Department for Higher Education and Research. So it becomes easy to know which state department you want to focus your issues on, and you want to be sure that what are you done, what do you do with them, that you are involved as stakeholders. Remember that the budget process is not a mystery that is held at the National Treasury. National Treasury gives the guidelines. The National Treasury gives the parameters within which this should work. But before you come and point fingers at the National Treasury and say this is wrong, first be sure that you have engaged with the Ministry of Education at whatever level to ensure that your input, because those sectors go out and reach out to their stakeholders. Make sure that your student bodies are included as stakeholders, that they must tick in their box as having been included in their public participation forum for this engagement to be meaningful. Because we want this to grow from height to height. We want this to be a voice that everybody will be looking at what has happened or what has transpired in as far as the input from students is concerned when people are speaking budget and finance in this country. Now, when you look at the next ministry that I thought would be important to focus on is the Ministry of Health. Do you agree that it's key? Why? When I have spoken long for a few minutes, I must get Sadaka from you. Somebody contribute. Yes. Please bring the mic in front.
Yeah, hello. It is important that we also discuss the Ministry of Health, because you've mentioned education. Yeah, it's important that we focus also on the Ministry of Health, because as you've mentioned, education affects almost every household in Kenya. Same way, health affects every individual in this nation. And as young people, that should be our point of concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very true. And you know that some wise woman somewhere once said that until you have a health issue, you will not know that you've had issues in your life. You'll think because your dad or your mom is harsh that you have problems. Or you think that because your parents have given you limited access, like your parent was telling us today, my children only get smartphones at a certain age. You'll think that you have a problem because you're not getting that. But you have no problem until you have a health issue. Once you have a health issue, you realize every other problem becomes very diminished. And matters of health and medical coverage, in as far as people in your age sets and persons in university or in learning institutions are concerned, is something that is key. Because sometimes your age definition, the matter of the scope and extent to which you can be covered as a dependent, or whether you need to contribute, those are issues that become pertinent, particularly when you have a health issue. When you're fit and fine, it's okay. It can become a secondary issue. But when you have that health issue, then it becomes primary. So the Ministry of Health, whose key mandate is to build a progressive, responsive, sustainable healthcare system for accelerated attainment of the highest standard of health to all Kenyans, has, of course, the Medical Services State Department, which is the state department that plays the crucial role of shaping healthcare in our country. And then it also has the Public Health and Professional Standards Department, which is the state department that is responsible for critical functions related to public health. Now, it's important for you to know these state departments under the Ministry of Health. budgets are being written in this country. Now, at the county level, of course, you would engage with those with the different CECs or the different departments at those county levels to ensure that the county is able to cater for some of these concerns that you'd have as far as particularly maybe whether it's inpatient, outpatient, because depending on which hospital, we know the SHA regulations, which hospitals you need to go to before you can be referred to the next hospital. It will be important for your engagement. I'm giving you simple tips as leaders because this is the work that we anticipate you will be doing. This will be the exciting document that you will be presenting, and the whole nation will be happy to see that for the first time, the students, the academic leaders, because at the time when you're learning now, when you're in college, you are deemed to be the giants of knowledge because you're generating it and you're dealing with it every day, that this is what your input is in as far as issues relating to young persons is concerned. So that before we agitate, before we complain and point fingers and say that this budget does not speak to us, let us also take that step to ensure that our voice is heard and our issues are incorporated in that budget. Thank you very much for listening to me. I will assume you were listening because you did not walk out. So I'll assume you are listening. Thank you, and back to the moderator.
Wasn't that impactful? Did your neighbor learn something? Ask your neighbor, have you learned anything? Have you gained anything? And what have you learned? Right. Thank you so much, Wakili. It was such a pleasure to hear you speak and speak so articulately. When I grow up, I want to speak like you. Definitely. Now on to our next address, which is from the one and only Mr. Osborne Yogo, who also works under Honorable FCPA John Mbadi in his office at the cabinet, at the National Treasury rather, and will be speaking to us on leadership styles that student leaders can apply in their quest to grow as leaders. Now we'll get to engage with him and listen from him. He is also a leadership consultant, so you are in the room at the right time with the right person, and I would like to welcome him to address us on leadership styles and how we can adapt these various leadership styles in the situations that we get ourselves into as leaders and in the course of our leadership, and also beyond our student leadership. With a round of applause, help me welcome Mr. Osborne Yogo. Karibu sana.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Well, I am conflicted as to whether to greet or not, because I noticed lack of responsiveness when it comes to greetings. So I do not know whether to chant the comrade kind of greeting or to go formal in the manner that we do it corporately, or most probably for those of us who are in the church setup to most probably do the believer's kind of a wave. So I would most probably try the three and see if there could be response of any kind. Naomba wa Kristo tusalimiane hewani. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Nijibu kama unanisikia hewani. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Hallelujah. Then let me now try another one. Good morning, everyone. Comrades, power. Comrades, rear. Inaonekana kuna more comrades this side than that side. Wasakatonge. Niliona kuna wasakatonge wengi upande huu. Wasakatonge, rear. Thank you. Could I most probably ask, what is the entry procedure into becoming a member of Wasakatonge? Somebody said I must have to be jobless first. Well, I think even when I still have the little responsibility that God has privileged. I am an emeritus. And proudly, my institution, one of the institutions that I was privileged to pass through, is represented here today. I was privileged to pass through 2 institutions in the country. I was only in one institution for 6 months. That was the University of Nairobi. I was one of the casualties of a generation that really fought the government, led by a gentleman known as Karl Marx. I don't know how many people remember that. And I was only a first year, and the handboy for a gentleman who is apparently also my colleague today is known as Moses Oburu, who happened to have been the longest serving chair of the University of Nairobi Students Organization. I don't know how many of you have the information about Moses Oburu. Those of us who come from the greatest university in, could I say the greatest university in Africa? In the world. So go find out who Oburu was in the team of Karl Marx. So I wasn't such a politician per se, but only by privilege. He happened to have spotted me one of those days because I took keen interest in what he was doing, and he loved wearing a lot of African wares. So when I got attracted to him, he gave me his bag to carry. And that became my tradition on every single day, to carry his bag for the meetings he was going. And now he would send me when the strikes were being organized. I became a casualty. He never was a casualty. So, well, I suffered. I managed to get a privilege of going to study in West Africa. That was in Nigeria, and that is where I did my first course on leadership. And then I did my second degree at the Kenya Methodist University. And I saw Kenya Methodist University here. So I am a proud product of Kenya Methodist University. Apparently, I was the student leader who went to that institution and didn't like the students' constitution and decided to lead what was called a constitutional review. And I managed to produce the constitution that the institution is using till today. I had a very bad spat, and at one point made one of our vice chancellors, Professor Mugambi, be fired because they felt that we were trying to break the institution into 2 and have Meru and also have Nairobi. My successor was Adede. So I am a product of Kenya Methodist University also, and also an emeritus. I had my 3rd course, that is a postgraduate diploma in business administration at DAMES International, that is based in Singapore. But I'm also proud because I have also had the names of 3 institutions where I am privileged to have children. I have a child in Kenya School of Law, and I saw somebody there. I have a child in ZTech University. I saw the leader somewhere here. And also I have a child in KCA University. So I think by and largely I am privileged and happy to be here with you guys. I am given one of the hardest topics to handle today because like beauty, so is leadership. I want us to understand that the best way that we can benefit from any procedural institutions is 1, understanding, and 2, institutionalization of leadership structures. I would also want us to understand one of the reasons why we would want each one of us to imbibe leadership ability or inculcate the kind of virtues that are required for leadership is to help us further this discourse, because it must not end here. we, being privileged to be the pioneers of this kind of a movement, are basically meant to be the ambassadors of my boss, the Cabinet Secretary, the FCPA John Mbadi, and the National Treasury in trying to propagate the agenda that the budget-making process is an all-inclusive process. It is a people-driven process. Your leadership is required in trying to perpetuate this agenda and engage the young people across board in ensuring that what is the intention of the government is not only captured and agreed to by the people, but people find it as an all-inclusive process in which they can participate and their voices are heard. And that is why today we've agreed on a rallying call. Bajeti yangu, sauti yangu. Bajeti ya vijana, sauti yetu. So one more time, could I urge each one of us, if you could get out your phone, one more time, take a selfie. Most probably if you don't like your face, I believe that I'm one of the most handsome men that exist. You could most probably take my photo and share it and say, well, this handsome man is here to represent his boss. Could we one more time? Can I see your phones up, each one of us? I would start with my own. And I want to do mine in the reverse. I believe I'm seeing everyone. Wapi wa Sakatonge? Sioni mikono za watu wa Sakatonge. Mna Sakatonge mpaka muonekani kwa picha bwana. Well, thank you so much. I would love to have this session very brief, but as inclusive and engaging as possible. Allow me to begin by saying, why would I want us to develop the leadership skills that would help us to grow as individuals? And according to our program, is that you can apply to grow in your quest as leaders. One of my colleagues was urging me to share a little bit of my history and my past and how I made it to this place, and he felt that could most probably be encouraging. Like I've said before, I was born to a man I do not know until today. I don't know whether he's brown, blue, green, yellow, red. The only thing I know is he is black, because I'm not pointing anything. So, my mother later got married in a place known as Kisumu. I was born in Kisii to a gentleman who did not consider me as a blessing, rather as a liability that needed to be eliminated. So I remember being sent away when I was around 7 years old and slept in a cold classroom until I was picked up by my maternal grandmother. So I went to Ongiche Primary School in Kisii. It was called to Semeta Boys High School, but was unable to make it there. I ended up in, then very famous, by all standards, it was known as Kuoyo Secondary School. I don't know how many of us have had Kuoyo Secondary School. There is Kuoyo Kotieno, Kuoyo Oyugis Secondary School. That is where I was. But when I was going to high school, my uncle, together with the wife, was taking care of me, passed on. I am a product of a polygamous home. My grandfather was a polygamist. He had 7 wives. Somebody said there he was a wise man. Well, some of us have lacked that wisdom. And in my grandmother's house, she was only privileged to have 2 sons. Both of them were high school teachers. So when this one died, he left me, together with his 6 of his children, that is 7 of us, to his only brother, who had 4. So that made 11 of us, a complete football team with no reserve. So basically I dropped out of school. Then I was introduced to a lady known as Barbara Reinhardt, who was a representative of the German Volunteer Service. It's Barbara who paid my high school fee. Then I got to a point I had nothing to do. And then later on in life, that family was appreciating me. An aunt asks me over to Nairobi to be taken to college. and I was taken to a wonderful college. I didn't mention the name. Would you want to know which one it was? How many of us would want to know which one it was? Well, for those who want to know, I was made a houseboy. And I worked as a houseboy for 3 years, taking care of a little baby, from which I ended up in the streets. 3 years. I lived in the street as a street boy with no house over my life, over my head, for 1 whole year. In the streets of Zimmerman. And I was picked up by a young man known as Peter Geshohe, who was a matatu driver. I know most of you may not know, but then there was a very famous matatu driver, Route 44. It was called Top Secret. So Peter gave me an opportunity to be sleeping in his house. And then finally another one, known as Patrick Mushiri, gave me a permanent residence. If you had been privileged to be there then, you would have seen his father. Our brothers from Central loved doing some houses out of the back of timber. You know those timber offcuts? So they had like around 6 houses within the shopping center belonging to the father, so he invited me to live in one of them. I began life by trekking from Zimmerman to Kenya National Theatre. And that is where I met destiny. I was cast in one play, the next. Those of you, I think none of you did Kifo Kisimani. Those who did Kifo Kisimani, if you read the back, there's a cast list. You'll see Yogo Osborne, and that is me. And that is how I began life. Then I met a gentleman known as Dr. Pio Muma, who was the head of theatre arts at the University of Nairobi. That is the relationship between me and Muma, Catherine. So Dr. Pio Muma decided that I was a brain that needed to be taken to school, so he registered me at the University of Nairobi. And that's how I spent my 6 months there. The rest is history, and I've told you what has brought me this far. But over a period of time, I managed to grow in life, having to struggle and move from one point to another. I know we all have our struggles, but we must also not generally get to one same position. Like I've told my children that if any of them end at where I am, then they have failed, because I've provided a baseline. So I also expect that each one of us, having the kind of interactions that we have, they become as springboards to take us to the next levels of our lives. I got back to school and became a student leader. Unknown to most of you, today one of the organizations that has been there, I know several splinter groups have been formed. Kenya University Students Organization. When I was serving as the advisor on youth affairs in the office of the Prime Minister, I managed to relaunch the Kenya University Students Organization. I also did not mention to you that I was the first Kenyan to be elected when we met together as student leaders at the University of Dar es Salaam as the regional president for East African Community Organization, famously known as YAKSU. So I am speaking to people that I know, and I have moved from that particular point to be where I am today, and by privilege have been able to serve within the system with 4 different presidents and a prime minister. What do we understand as leadership? The next 10 minutes we're done. Could I have a microphone roving? We are all student leaders, isn't it? We are all student leaders, isn't it? Whether you are an emeritus or not, you are a student leader, isn't it? You are a leader. What would you define as a leader? And like my colleague Millie said, no answer is wrong. Answers were only wrong when we were doing those exams you're marking A or B. Can somebody offer to define for me what a leader is? I can see there's also a hand at the back. You can spot that one. There is another hand here. Oh, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, this is attracting more attention. Okay, any mic that is closer that is working, you can start with the one that is working. These sound guys don't want you to speak Korir.
Amesimama for long.
Yes,
thank you,
Korir.
thank you. The point is coming. I'm Ronnie, the Secretary General, Alube University.
Yes.
A leader is a person who takes an initiative to stand at a position of responsibilities, preferring to front the needs of the people, becoming selfless, and trying to ensure that he or she serve others and give them the first priority.
Thank you, Korir. I love two things from that definition. Selflessness and the people. That is people needs. So you're talking about need-centric. Okay? Yes, Ndugu?
I'm Cliff Ravasco. Leadership is the ability to guide and inspire a group of people, probably to achieve a common goal.
Thank you. Well, let me tweak the question a little bit. That gentleman looks like he's coming from a religion where I used to be before, African Israel Nineveh. Yes?
Okay, with me, as a leader who is representing all the vocational training centers in Nairobi, a leader is someone who knows the ways, goes the ways, and even shows the way.
Knows the way, goes the way, shows the way.
Yes, and basically, my type of leadership is a people-centered leadership.
What if the people don't follow? You know, you go, you show. What if they don't follow?
If they don't follow, that means I did not include them from the start. So it's inclusive leadership where we bring different opinions, then we disagree to agree, then later we come up with one agreement.
Thank you.
The leadership.
There's a lady I saw somewhere here. Yes?
Well, thank you. I am Midinta Nyambura from International Leadership University. And actually, my answer was quite similar, but I'll just expound a little bit. So, a leader, as for me, I believe anyone can hold any position. So you're not a leader because of the position you hold, but you're a leader because you can effectively guide, you can inspire people to be better than who and what they are today, and you can motivate people to do beyond what they think is their capability.
Thank you. Thank you. I love that. There's a big difference between leadership and position. Leadership is an innate quality, an innate quality that needs nurture. So there is a very great difference between leadership and position. And now I tweak the question to this gentleman right in front of me because he had raised his hands. What then is the difference between leadership and management? Or are they one and the same?
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Agwanda. You've asked of the difference between leadership and management. Leadership, when you are in a leadership position, you are in a position to influence decisions.
I want you to note it's...
Your future starts at USIU Africa. Experience world-class education, a diverse community, and cutting-edge facilities designed to help you succeed. No matter your dreams, we provide the tools to make them.
You are bound to some kind of environment whereby you influence decision based on that particular environment's goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Very briefly, like I wrote in one of my books, it's called Leader or Dealer. I say leadership is by concepts. Management is by codes. The principles of management are the same globally. Factors of production never change. But leadership is by concepts based on the place that the organization finds itself. So the position of the organization defines the concepts that are developed in steering the organization to what it ought to be. And that is what has distinguished our cabinet secretary as at now. Had it been that there are principles that had been set for the kind of a position that he finds himself in, then he would not be here where we are. But he develops concepts that are able to, that engenders such kind of discourse and drive, get involvement in the overall shared objectives of the people. Now, one man known as John Adair, one of the renowned leadership gurus globally, John Adair defines a leader as a senior partner, one who works with others as a senior partner, number one, to achieve specific objectives. Number two, to build the team. And number three, to meet individual needs. I would go over that definition by John Adair. He defines a leader as one who works with others, not as a boss, but as a senior partner. Number one, to achieve specific objectives. Number two, to build the team. And number three, to meet specific, number one, to build the team, to meet specific objectives, build the team, and to meet individual needs. That is, if any of these three distinct needs are not met, then you failed as a leader. Your responsibility must, number one, be the achievement of specific objectives. What are you working towards achieving? And in the process of achieving the shared objectives, whether as individual, corporately, or nationally, then in the process, the people must be built. If the objectives are achieved, but there is deterioration in the lives of the people, then you don't qualify as a leader. So the people must be carried along in the process of meeting the objectives. And the other thing, to build the team and also to meet the individual needs. Now, very briefly, how then do you grow your leadership capability? How do you grow your leadership capability? Now, I want to just mention two things. Number one, you need to spell your leadership vision. Like I've always said, it is not what you see today that takes you into tomorrow. It's what you see there that drives you into it. So if you must grow in your leadership capability, if you must rise in your, like I mentioned briefly, I said leadership is an innate quality that needs nurture. Like a seed, leadership requires a conducive environment that supports its growth. Now, a seed is what I would call the component of life that supports continuity or perpetuation of generations. When you kill a seed, you have enacted or pressed the button of demise. So, just in the same way that seeds have to be nurtured and given the ability or the opportunity to sprout, grow and bear fruit, so is leadership ability. I was speaking somewhere on Sunday and I said not every seed that is sowed grows. Some of us who are born and raised in the village, we understand that once you go to the village and you sow your seeds, after a period of time when they begin the process of germination, you go back and look at the holes where there is nothing and you replant. Because not every seed that goes into the ground grows. Now, not everyone with that innate ability of leadership gets the opportunity to have that ability grow, which means you must get the supporting kind of environment, a conducive environment that would nurture the ability that is within you and enable it to grow. So each one of us that are desirous to grow in leadership must therefore now find the environment that would support our own growth. I've realized one thing in our generation as people grow. Allow me to say this. If you realize that revolutions globally have always been led by young people. I don't know whether you know that. Now look at the changes and transformations that have happened globally. They happened through three fronts. One is the civil society. Two is the church. And three is student leadership. I don't know whether I'm correct. If you look at now what has happened in our country, for example, the three arms are basically dead. One, the first one to go to bed with the structures that desired to entertain status quo was the church. Then it was followed by the civil society. And then now we killed student leadership with the Duale Bill. I don't know whether I'm speaking sense. Is that true? And so today we have student leaders, and I say this with all due respect, who hold positions as puppets of the institutions in which we serve. And therefore we cannot enforce any change and transformation in those particular institutions, and will never serve the interest of the people that we lead. And that is why I said if you must grow as a leader, then you must define your leadership vision. What is it exactly that you want to become and you want to achieve? There is one man known as H.L. Hunt. In his 30s, he was declared bankrupt cotton farmer. In his 50s, he was declared Texas rich oil billionaire. When he was asked by the journalist what his secret was, he said, number one, determine exactly what you want to become. And that is where most of us fail. We have a lot of people wanting so many things without wanting any one thing in particular. And I've said this of the younger generation, that we have a generation that know what they don't want, but don't spell what they want. I don't know whether I'm speaking to someone. Can I say another bad one that you don't like? I mentioned to the team that we had before is that we have, I know we all understand we're in the fourth industrial revolution. That is the information age. And like I've said before, the last time we had that discussion with Millie in the office, she laughed at it. And I said we have the revolution that has succeeded in creating the highest level of buffoonery. Because we have a generation that lives with the world encyclopedia in their hands, but only visit it for information and not for knowledge. Because those two are very different. If we are desirous of growing to become leaders of repute and people that could change and transform the economies in which we find ourselves, then knowledge must be at the core of our growth. And that knowledge would be informed by your desire to clearly spell out that which you want to be. Like H.L. Hunt says, you must determine exactly what you want to become. Number two, you must define the price to pay to get there. And number three, you must resolve to pay the price. Allow me to say this from the onset, that leadership can be very lonely. As you rise in life, your cycle also shrinks. There are certain people who just drop off your life. You'd want to have time for them, but you can't, because responsibility negates their presence. And so leadership would be a very lonely position. You must begin to build the process now. If you don't carefully articulate that which you would want to become, then you may end up a very frustrated fellow in life. I almost said, praise the Lord. Well, another thing that you need to do as I draw to closing is build the relevant skills. Could you clearly spell out your leadership inadequacy and insufficiency? Clearly spell out your leadership inadequacy and insufficiency. There are certain things that are bare minimums for you to become a leader. Bare minimums. Like I've said, institutional and leadership growth requires character. Charisma without character is a recipe for crisis. So you must, as an individual, define your leadership inadequacies. What are the skills that you must build as an individual? For example, if you have to be a leader, then you must not only define your agenda, but you must also carefully, critically, and articulately share the agenda. And that is why we are talking about shared objectives. Now, if people cannot understand what you want to achieve, it would become very hard for them to follow you. So you can't influence their action. So one of the core skills that you must learn as an individual is your communication skills, the ability to communicate effectively. I know one of our budding young leaders, given an opportunity to begin to speak, they can speak very eloquently, very articulately, but at the end of the day, you cannot tell the points that they have said, because communication is not in the vocabularies. Am I speaking to someone? You know, when we were in school, we would study dictionary, so that when we get the debate time, Madam, you remember there, I dignify your dignity, Mr. Speaker, sir. How many of us said, I dignify your dignity, Mr. Speaker, sir? So it's not only me. It was not just my school. So you'd read your dictionary to make sure that the next time you appear on the floor, you must say some words that take people back to the dictionary. Well, so there is a skill or an art of communication, because your communication must be persuasive. Like I have always said, there was one very dangerous man that you would never give an opportunity to sit with, or to sit with you, if you did not want to follow him. that was Raila Odinga. You could hate him from a distance, but if you gave him 2 minutes of your time, when you leave that place, you'd be wondering why you had not followed him all the while, because his communication was very persuasive. So as a leader, you must build those skills. So identify what you'd regard as your leadership deficiencies. What are your leadership inadequacies? Which are the areas of life that you must build or grow? What kind of leadership? Because I talked about your leadership vision. I have a gentleman here who is a sports representative. He is a leader in the sports fraternity. I would not expect him to present himself the way I would in the corporate world. Now, what kind of a leader would you want to be? What is your leadership vision? Once you define that, then you go for the skills relevant to help you achieve that particular dream. Remember the H.L. Hunt story. Define exactly what you want to become. The question I want to ask all of us as we close is, I learned a story in Nigeria when I lived and worked there. They said 20 children don't play together for 20 years. You will one day part ways, but life has a way of bringing us back together. When you meet, would the person you were with as a young person be pleased at what your adult has become? Because 20 children don't play together for 20 years. Let's build the quality as it starts now. Another saying from that place says, the dance that you've missed on your waist, you can't correct on your feet. It must start from the ground. Thank you so much.
I have nothing to add on that. That was concise and brief and straight to the point, but full of a wealth of knowledge. Let's appreciate Mr. Osborne Yogo once more. Now on to our third session. We will be hearing from Mr. Alphonse Ochola. He is an alumni of the Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology, JKUAT, where he studied actuarial science, and he is currently an actuarial analyst in the insurance sector, that is in Liberty Insurance. He will be speaking to us on rethinking budget allocations for campus security. And when we talk of campus security, it is fiscal security, not any other type of security that we may have had in mind. He will be speaking to us on strategically aligning our campus fiscal allocations to the academic year's goals. So I know the student leaders who are here, we have budgetary allocations that we have prepared with our teams. So how do we ensure that these budgetary allocations fall in line with the vision, as Mr. Osborne has said, and the goals we have set, and how do we ensure that we are kept accountable with these finances that are entrusted in our hands. So with a round of applause, I would like us to appreciate and welcome on stage Mr. Alphonse Ochola. Let's appreciate him. Until he arrives.
To the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury in his absentia, to my fellow panelists, and the entire student leaders fraternity, good afternoon. Well, first of all, you'll have to pardon my eloquence, because ideally you can't compare me with my co-panelist, whose years of experience is more than my age as far as my existence in this world is concerned. Ladies and gentlemen, I have no kids in Kenya School of Law. I have no kids at KCA University. And to sum it all, I don't even have their mother. Well, my journey as Ochola Alphonse starts somewhere at Kisumu County. We are those guys who attended schools which when you label their names, they sound like insults at the primary level. When I thought that after passing my KCP education, I will have the opportunity to run away from that rural area, my grandmother could not fathom the fact that it was more probable for me to leave her alone as the only human resource she used to depend on back at home. So then it was again another journey to go to that high school, whose name again, when you mention it, it's still sounding like an insult. So it is at that moment that one day our principal decided to take us to a motivational walk at the University of Masinde Muliro. How many from Masinde Muliro are here? Yes, thank you so much. So when I was at Masinde Muliro as a benchmarking student for my former high school, I noticed something that campus students were doing. A gentleman came, passed while holding the hands of a lady, and on my mind I thought, wow, campus is such an amazing place to be. Because all my relationship needs were suppressed by the fact that I was below 18 years old. My financial, okay, we are not even going to talk about finances when you are still in high school. So the only way you could entice someone was using some 5 bob of mandazis. But ideally, if you studied in a boarding boys' high school, I don't think you even had the privilege of seeing ladies around. So the experience at Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology could later shape the fate of the trajectory of my education. Therefore, when the results for KCSE were finally out, I was only focused on applying for those universities that were very far away from home. So I could hear someone applying Rongo University, and I was like, dude, are you sure? All the entire time I wanted to get out of that place. So ladies and gentlemen, in 2019, I found myself at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology to pursue BSc in Actuarial Science. Now, when I was a first-year student, I was motivated by the fact that back at home, you are the only first person who have stepped their feet at the higher learning institutions. I could therefore leverage this information to my advantage, because back at home, when my parents never had the privilege of supplying you with all the finances that you needed to facilitate your studies. So what did I do? I could tell them that, Mom, today the institution needs, let's say, 1,000 for photosynthesis. Then you use that money, then also come up with a different excuse. So that was my whole surviving journey at the University of Agriculture and Technology. Now, what happened one day was Sakatonge. So now, one day, as I was sleeping at the hostel at Jomo Kenyatta University, some dude came into that hostel. He saw me lying flat, having no plans for the day, even having no lunch. Now, it's normal. Then she told me if I could join his campaign team to help him support one of the candidates who was running for the finance docket at Jomo Kenyatta University, then I could be assured of at least some lunch and supper. So it was somehow a coincidence to find me having joined politics, something that I never knew about, for the first time. And this is a space where people don't joke, in campus politics. So nevertheless, I joined. Then I started campaigning for that lady. She was called Caro. Unfortunately, she lost. Now, the aftermath of her losing made me realize that at least I can see some potential in me by trying to assess the gaps that she never addressed at that point. Therefore, what happened? I decided to check for my confidence, then step into the political arena. The journey in campus politics was not that smooth. As someone who is coming from a poor background, you don't have the financial muscle that can even persuade people to listen to you. Then it became such a task to convince someone to listen to my ideologies and principles, to buy into my information, to buy into my understanding and perceptions of events and circumstances, without money. Now, when we were running, so I had to step down, be a PA for our presidential candidate then. His name was called Huxley Magak. So being the presidential advisor of Huxley Magak then, I had to tone down all my political ambitions and coil my tail so that I could fit on her way of leadership, on his way of leadership, even though some of them never made sense to me. So what happened then? Jomo Kenyatta had this habit of disqualifying candidates based on zero grounds. Then they could preferably pass their candidate unopposed. Now, even as much as we talk about the Duale Bill, I want to assure you that certain institutions have also contributed to suppressing the voices of the students at various institutions. So then what happened? My presidential candidate had to take the school to court for them to explain to us the basis for the disqualification of our candidate. Now, after that, we won the case. Therefore, the candidate was supposed to be given Kenya shillings 2.5 million worth of damages. Today, as I speak to you, the president who is currently sitting in Jomo Kenyatta University has been duly elected by the delegate system that serves to put leaders in position of power. So it is through that struggle that I had to understand why we need systems that function in our various institutions. Going back to the theme of today, as I was going through the topic, rethinking budget allocation for campus security. First of all, we need to understand the importance of allocating budgets to university institutions. Now, I want to base my presentation on the findings that Dr. Belio Kipsang did present on his report of the education sector. One of his major findings was 11.7% growth in students enrolled in universities and in public and private institutions was recorded in the year 2023 compared to the year 2024. Now, 2023 compared to the year 2022. Now, what does this mean? It means, therefore, then, that there is a significant growth in the student population in university institutions. And therefore, we are not expected to lean on the traditional forms of budgeting, because the traditional forms of budgeting never foresaw the future financial needs of the students as we progress based on at every point in time. Now, one of the major, today if you, for example, I want to use the University of Nairobi. Now, the University of Nairobi, if you look at the capacity of our hostels, they are not enough to cover the 20,000 population that he was talking about. Given the fact that land is a fixed resource, therefore it is very difficult to expand. Now, what are we resorting to? Our students will now go back and start looking for residentials outside the university premises. When you go to residentials outside the university premises, they are always charged at the market rate. And the decision to come up with the market rate for residential places is based on ideally the working class outside, who have the financial muscle to pay for those rents. Now, you can't immerse a student at a place whereby any other person there is a parent, they are paying rent worth of 10,000, then you also want the student to be there. Then the following day, you add 1,000 to that amount of money. That means that even there is an outlier of students who can afford a rent of 10,000 shillings. What does this mean? Previously, there was this fancy statement where people would come up on screens and say that, you see, I found my girlfriend from campus, but right now I want to assure you that is no longer the case. In my 4 years at university, I spent most of my years using university as the relay playground of running away from relationships as a coping mechanism. Why? Because I never had, the ladies we had were comparing themselves with us, with the people who could leverage their financial muscle to exercise their high pagamit rates on us. Now, what does that mean? It means, therefore, then, that the only focus there was supposed to be education and education alone. If you are to use your help money to fund any other thing apart from education, it means that you are now going away or astray from whatever you are purposed to do at that particular time. Now, remember the help disbursement program in 2023, the amount that was allocated under that docket was 31.6 billion. In 2024, the amount that was allocated was 36 billion. And in 2025, the amount that was allocated was around 41.5 billion. If you look at the trend, there is a general increase of an average of 14% towards the allocation of that budget. That means that the amount relating to that increment is around 4.4 billion per year. Why am I bringing this information here today? Because if you compare the rate at which the population is growing in campus, take, for example, the number of people joining campus and the number of people leaving campus, that is the population outflux, take the difference between the population outflux and the population influx, you will find your net increase in population growth. Now, why am I talking about the net increase in population growth? So that in our budgeting process, we bring data-driven decision-making as far as the budgeting allocation is concerned. Why do I say this? Because we cannot say that we are going to allocate a proportionate amount of money to the education program without understanding the key statistical education matrices that underlies that particular allocation. Next, when I was talking about the challenges that students face, I want to address some 4 critical points. Number 1, it's the student's upkeep fee. The next one is the mental health problems that exist due to financial constraints in campus institutions. Another one is inclusivity, and I'm so happy to be part of this program today because moving forward...
The heart of Africa, a new kind of school is rising. Freedom International Schools Africa. We are Africa's most affordable IB World School, offering world-class education without compromise. We have strong foundations in education. Our learning begins with identity and ends with global excellence. We are raising critical thinkers, compassionate leaders, world changers who are rooted in Ubuntu and take pride in being African. From early years to primary and middle years, and soon the prestigious diploma program, your child can learn with us until they are ready to join any university of their choice. We have all the IB programs with beautiful boarding facilities, vibrant arts and sports, teachers who love and listen. Every child grows in confidence and purpose. Join our school. January intake is ongoing.
The lady, unfortunately, died on the way. Remember, these are university institutions where we are even training medics in those particular institutions. So when I say that the problems of the traditional methods of allocating finances could not be flexible enough to foresee the future challenges that the learner will have, I'm right point in time, because when these challenges, they mutate. At one point, we need ICU systems in our institutions. I'm also not oblivious to the fact that students sometimes are getting pregnant. And if your institution has a maternity medical care, please carry up your hand. Yes, thank you. Therefore, the reason why we have to ensure that there is appropriate, we need to rethink about allocating budgets to students, to university institutions, is because of the challenges, the magnitude of the challenges that we have. Now, before I conclude, I need to talk about one solution that we can offer as far as all these processes are concerned. We need to support student-led research programs, whereby the institution partners with organizations so that they do research. And therefore, our students become part of the formulation of the hypothesis. You are part of the data analysis processes. You become part of the entire process of analyzing information, and you are being paid for all that process. What do I mean? This will enable the students to equip themselves with the necessary funds that they can use to counter their basic needs. Ladies and gentlemen, we also need, given the trajectory that the technology is taking, we are being told that we need to prepare for AI. In future budgeting processes, we also should be keen on seeing that we develop policies that will enhance the institutions or the national treasury to come up with AI labs. Because we can't be talking about AI, taking students to school, then they are now behind technology, and tomorrow we want them to be competent in the workplace. It means, therefore then, that technology is at the core of the budgeting process. I therefore beseech us, ladies and gentlemen, to ensure that we rewire our thinking as far as budgeting allocation process is concerned, to ensure that the flexibility in terms of meeting future financial needs and obligation in our university institutions is concerned. Then, I also ask us to be accountable. It is only prudent of the student leadership to hold to account people who are mismanaging and embezzling funds in our institutions of learning. We can't be having the miscreants, avaricious louts who are running the coffers of our educations dry. Therefore, it means, most probably, that if we continue with the same way of allocation of budgets, we are going to lag behind in terms of development, we are going to suffer, and in fact, all the backbone of this country is education. When Dr. Albert Winsmias was asked about developing Singapore by the then President Lee, he said one thing, that for us to grow a country, we need 4 things to align to the development of a given country. Number 1, we were supposed to lower the taxes. Number 2, train your population. Number 3, fight corruption. And number 4, ensure that there is peace and stability in that country. Therefore, if one of these cores, which is training your population, lags behind, then the entire system of trying to transform a country will collapse. Ladies and gentlemen, let me stop at that point. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Alphonse. We do appreciate your insights. Last but not least, we have Miss Mary Joyner, who is currently a student leader from KCA University, who also works in project management and HR consultancy. She will be speaking to us on the bridge between leadership in campus and leadership out of campus, and how student leaders can utilize the skills garnered during their tenure in the leadership positions to build their careers, but also bring social impact both locally and globally. With a round of applause, let's appreciate and welcome to the podium Miss Mary Joyner. Let's appreciate her.
afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you, Wendy, for the opportunity. To my fellow panelists, good afternoon. Good afternoon, comrades. Many has been spoken about, much has been said. Unlike my fellow panelists, I don't have a sorry story about my life. Unfortunately, things happen in life, and I think leaders have been made from different spaces and different parts of life. To narrow down to what we are speaking about today, and particularly to what I'm speaking about today, is the bridge between student leadership in school and outside world. I'd like to look at a few people that have really been at the forefront of so many things, that when we look about leadership and we look about campaigns, and when we look about life inside politics, we look at some of these leaders. A key person that I would like to look at today is Nelson Mandela. Another key person I'd like to look at is the late Wangari Maathai. And another person I'd like to look at today is Barack Obama. Well, when we look at these people, they've left legacies. When we look into Nelson Mandela, we look at someone who fought for the freedom of South Africa. When we look at Wangari Maathai, this is a leader who has shaped the environmental sector of Kenya. And when we particularly look at Barack Obama, we look at our very own, who didn't only look at Kenya as where he came from, but he looked at Africa and stood as one of the black African leaders to lead in the United States of America. Well, these leaders, when we narrow back to where they really come from, we look at where they started. Nelson Mandela started as a young leader, just like many of us here. From being a member of the student council, to shaping up different spaces, to speaking about so many things that he felt were so wrong. And that is each and every one of us in this room. We see a problem, we offer solution. And that is what makes leaders. We do not only offer solutions, but we are the eyes to the people. We are the people's eyes, we are the people's voices. And many a times, we echo our voices so loud that we are more noisier than the wise words we ought to be saying. When we look at Wangari Maathai, today she was part of the many things that I wanted to say, but then again, I had a few wise words from one of our panelists that apparently she was not the first black lady to be in a certain position. But then again, we look at how much we've shaped our politics today. When I saw this topic, I was keenly narrowing it down to three things. What the bridge looks like for leaders, which is one, exposure. Are we putting leaders in spaces that is allowing them to feel exposed to the real world? Are we giving them the eyes to the real society? Today we have a few people from the Treasury. Have we seen a need to give exposure to the young people? Other than the seats that we're holding right now, other than the space that we're seated here right now, is there any other place that we can give exposure to the young people? Other than the forums, the campaigns, is there any other space? Well, research can be a very good thing to start from. Another key thing is mentorship. Are we leaving the leaders to find their way? And a key discussion yesterday when I was having a discussion with one of my friends was, so many of us have skills, so many of us have the knowledge, but what we lack is, where do we fit in this whole thing? After campus, after all the politics of being a governor, after all the politics of being a chairman, where do we belong in the real world? Where do we fit in? And we tend to tell the young people, find your own footing, find your own space, create your own jobs, find it. Give me the 5 bob to start it. Who's willing? Nobody's willing. Who is willing to give the young people the exposure that they actually need to stand in these spaces? Are we really mentoring young people? We are giving goodies and nice cookies to the mics and nice words to the people that are listening that are not in our homes. Yet the very mentorship that we ought to give to the next generation, we are only feeding in our homes. And the last and final thing I'd like to say, responsibility. Give leaders a chance. Give the young people a chance to have real responsibility. Shake them a little bit, because Rome wasn't built in one day, and nothing was built with only cement. It takes so many people to build a wall, but it takes one man to feed so many people. Show them where to fish, show them how to fish, and they will forever learn how to feed themselves. Thank you.
All right, let's appreciate all our speakers for this particular session. Let's appreciate them. Now, to sum it all up, we'll have a plenary or a question session. But before that, I'd like to inquire one person from each column. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, let's take 3 people. 3 people who have had fundamental key takeaways from this particular session. So if you would love a chance to be featured on TV or to be recognized and remembered by our panelists, kindly give your key takeaways at this moment. Have we learned anything? Yes, we have 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 already. All right.
Okay, thank you, Miss Wendy. First and foremost, I'm Mbadi Valentine most. And let me to reiterate, I was so happy, and in fact, I'm employed senior, that is Yogo, because he has demonstrated the undying spirit of a buffalo soldier from where he was to that point. Now, I've realized that the Ministry of Education has got 3 departments. I thought that there were 2. And I've also realized the Health Ministry, which I believe that in the near future I'm going to be one part and parcel stakeholder, as also 3 where medical services takes lead. Now, my takeaway is when Mr. Yogo was presenting that charisma without character is a recipe for
disaster.
How many were with me? Charisma without character is a recipe for crisis, and in so doing, we as young people are implored that we should also work on our character as we walk up the ladder, because we believe this is not the end of it all. The last one, I am going to, I think if there is a question, I don't know if we are going to have a Q&A session, I can save it. Thank you.
You can currently just ask, then we'll pick other 3 questions.
Thank you. The 2022 elections, there was a Mkruini MP aspirant who also couples to be a lawyer or a barrister. And he said after losing that the intellectual difference between him and the electorate could not meet the meeting of minds. Meaning that maybe he had got a greater vision that these other people couldn't comprehend. Now, as we had said, we have got issues of articulations on the best things we want to do for our country. You have traveled, and maybe from Singapore, which we believe that we are looking up to as a nation. How will you make these people that don't understand, that are not exposed to how things are done, like now this is a new initiative that you're bringing as leaders, so that they can understand a vision that you have seen, and they can adapt it and work towards achieving it as a leader. Thank you.
Thank you. Second takeaway? Yes. Let's appreciate Mr. Valentine.
Good afternoon. My name is Babu Mbeche. I'm the youngest mzee in UN. So my key takeaway points from Yogo, he said that leadership is by concept and management is by code. I come from this school, same school with Robin Sharma, the author of Leaders Without Title, the leader who had no title. And Robin Sharma says that everyone is a leader at his or her individual point. And he says that before someone stands to be the leader who leads the leaders, then everyone else is a leader. So, Mr. Yogo, you've really inspired, and it was a good one. Thank you.
Let's appreciate Mr. Babu. The last one was at the back. The one with, yes.
All right, thank you. My name is Tony Blair. One takeaway I'm a student at Jomo Kenyatta University, is that I got it from the last speaker because I arrived a bit late. And she actually articulated something on responsibility, we as the young people. And again, something to do about being taught about how to fish so that we can implement what we have been taught. And this has really engineered something in my system and really bestowed something in me that as a young person, I have a responsibility to take for the future generation. And therefore, I would also like to
I did it!
Make their day even more special. Be home your way.
Could we have a question for Advocate Millie, a question for Mr. Alphonse, and a question for Miss Mary? Yes, in front, Juliet. Second, yeah, the lady in red, and the third one. The last one. Yes, Dawn, Mr. Dawn. Yes, you can start because you're closest to the mic.
Thank you so much. For me, I just stated that I'm FCP, so I'm also doing BCom and I'm interested in this treasury. Now, my friend there said very well that we as student leaders, we should ensure that the allocation to the institution is of more economic benefit. But now, as the student leaders, our fear is, will you take the process of your implementation of this, our submission? Yes, we can submit our, maybe, let me say, resolution and so on. But now the problem comes in when it comes to implementation. That is our fear as student leaders. Number two, again, personally, I had some questions to the PS because I was one of the guys who, among those people who unpacked 2025 financial bill. And we saw some proposed taxes on animal feed. I'm yet to understand that at the end of the day, this proposed tax on animals feed, what is the outcome to the purchasing power and to the final product? Automatically the prices will go up. So I think, sir, we just need to understand. Then lastly, these online digital platforms are taxed. As we speak, young youths are paying taxes for these digital platforms. But again, there are no jobs, of which we understand. Now, because you've come with a better option to fathom the intellectual minds of students here today, we are requesting, and I'm submitting on behalf of others as comrades, we be given platforms, especially to run the webinar, awareness, to create awareness on how to file KRA returns, the exact what common mwananchi should know, because the online platforms are being taxed. So as a taxpayer, I need to feel that even if I'm being deducted a tax, there is an alternative of getting a job from the treasury. If you assure me that, I'll then go back to my constituents and explain to them, comrades power, comrades Kazi. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's appreciate Don for that. And also, we can continue the conversation on social media. Let's be recording the people who are giving their insights and also questions, so that people out there may also, or rather our followers and social media platforms may come alive, and that we may also get the conversation going on social media. Remember the hashtags, hashtag budget yetu sauti yetu. What was the second hashtag? Bajeti sauti ya vijana. Vijana na bajeti. Thank you. Hata mimi nimesahau. Oh, that's not right. The second question, there was a third and fourth question. It was the guy at, behind. But since you have the mic, just be brief and concise. To the point, kindly, Wakili.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to be brief. And my question is to the National Treasury as a whole. And this is the question. Currently, we are seeing the rate of turnover from universities to the market field. What is the National Treasury, as an institution, department within the government, trying to do to ensure that we try to help and create opportunities for the young people who are coming out of the universities? And this, I understand that in a third world country, I know Kenya is a developing country, it is not for the government always to create opportunities. And we leverage more on self-employment. But then we have so many professionals who are coming out, not getting opportunity even for apprenticeship.
We all don't like having to wait in long queues or for a long time just to get the service that you want, right? Here, look. These two frames have the exact same prescription, only that one is a thinned down version that I was able to get from Jeff's Optical House in 24 hours. This is a service that is exclusively available at Jeff's, and previously I would have had to wait for up to 2 weeks just to get a thinner version of my high prescription. And when I say high, I mean high prescription lenses. This is your sign to visit Jeff's Optical House. So
stop wasting your time. Stop wasting a good time.
Because that is where you go wrong.
Business, create their businesses, even tax leverages on their, some people are working under as an interns, paying 20,000, 30,000 as young people just trying to survive. How can we create tax incentives? Not only directly through their income taxed, but also other taxes that are there or are imposed on so many things that are touching on the young people, to help the young people grow economically, because that is my biggest concern, because in the next 10 years, we might have a very big problem of employment. And I just want to understand, as a department that deals with financial issues, what essentially are they planning to do to ensure that they will leverage and reduce on the rate of unemployment, not only directly promoted by the government, but also on self-employment through tax incentives.
Thank you. Let's appreciate him.
Okay, once more. Paul Samuel, the SG Emeritus at Maseno University. I have a question on this topic that I saw on rethinking on budget allocation for campus security. And as youth and student advocate for peace and security, I have a question that most of student leaders in this country have taken a lot of initiatives towards addressing peace and security in various institutions. And some of these initiatives, student leaders are planning to maybe institutionalize them in their various institutions. For example, there is a recent initiative that have given many student leaders to have conversation and engagement direct to the security agencies, the Jukwaa la Wasomi. I know most of student leaders here are aware of it, that it was formed through USPAC, who the CEO is Wakili Alan Chacha. Now, what is the plan from the Ministry of Finance or from the National Treasury and Economic Planning? What is the plan towards this? Are you planning to support, because as I have said, that most of student leaders right now are thinking now to make some of these conversations or some of these initiatives to work and maybe create those forums towards addressing these peace and security issues in the institutions. And it is true that on that, most of institutions or most of student leaders are not supported towards addressing that. They have that interest, but now that support. Now, as the National Treasury and Economic Planning, please guide us or tell us what is your plan. Thank you.
Yes, and let's appreciate him, and let's be reminded to be brief and concise, straight to the point. Yes. Kindly pass the mic to the lady in red.
Can I
Kindly
ask?
Sorry, because of time.
It is only one question, kindly.
One sentence.
Yes, it's written. Once again, I'm Ronnie Kipkorir, Secretary General Lupe University, Busia County. One question which it has spotted me, and I saw the importance of mentioning it because it's cutting across all universities, is what measures are in place to ensure timely disbursement of student loan and scholarship, and how will delay be prevented in the upcoming financial year? I'm saying this because as we talk now, some students, especially those under the new funding model, who didn't their support in the previous academic year, coming to this year, they have received financial support for this academic year. Now, who will clear the burden for the previous academic year? And as I talk, a number of students from Alube University cried a lot. And as an SG, all the tears are coming and passing to you. Comrades are coming, crying on your shoulders. It's my question now. I really decide to travel from the border to this place so that I present the issue and have a solution not only for Alube, but for all universities in Kenya. Kindly help us, because as leaders, we are the people who are suffering the most because of our people. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Tisi Nyango. So I have two questions to the advocate and to Mr. Yogo. Being a leader is to impact, and we just agree that for us to get to where you are today, we need to get the platforms for us to be there. As individuals, can you sponsor like one student leader, maybe to go to Singapore and start business management or such things, for them to be where you are today? Second, as a prospective advocate of the High Court of Kenya, this year we didn't have the KSL having the HELB loan. And you know, after graduation, we really don't have that much money. Can we agree that the class of 2026, 2027 may have HELB loan for the KSL class next year? I want an assurance, a yes or a no, because they've already applied for that. Lastly, for the student leaders who are here, we know that at least a good number of students, yes, we get help. But paying the help sometimes might be hard post-graduation. Is there any time, like you do the tax waivers, can you do the help waivers as well for the students who have help loans, to help them start, so that the little they have, they use for business and not paying help Because I hear some organizations, for you to work, you have to have the help clearance certificate. So can we have help waivers?
Let's appreciate.
I only have one question. You see, the other ministries depends on the Ministry for Treasury. Treasury. I come from a place where I was the first person to speak in English, so sometimes it is difficult. So there is this problem that when the doctors want to strike, the ministry will always complain that the Treasury has not released the money. When we need help, Bwana Ogamba will always say we have not received the money. In any other ministries, yet in each and every day we are paying the taxes. Is it true or false? So where is this delay is coming from? Just like the other day when the lecturers were on strike, when the Ministry of Education goes to the press, they say we have not received the money from the Treasury. Yet when my mom goes to the market, she pays the tax. So do tax also mature for the money to be released? Kindly answer me. Thank you. Laugh for me.
Hello. I have two questions, and my first question, it goes to Alphonse. His topic was on rethinking budget allocation for campus security, and he mentioned a little bit on mental health. And my question is, are there budget allocations when it comes to mental health that goes to campuses? And if yes, how is it being done? Because as far as I know, even as a campus student, every time mental health webinars are being held, or even meetings, we find that student leaders are the ones who still source for funds. They still look for some of organizations to come and chip in. And besides that, you find that when these webinars are being held, it's always about like, this is what you need to do to avoid maybe not being suicidal. But at the end of the day, it's not about what you are being told to do. It's like, how do you engage these students on what are their pressing needs? And you find that some of them will tell you issues to do with maybe school fees. And then if you look at the bursaries, it's not enough. Like at some universities, they get like 7,000, some 5,000, and that does not still help. So what are the appropriate measures if this money is not being allocated that are being put in place to ensure that at least universities are being funded to help talk on issues to do with mental health? Because it is one of the most pressing issues at the moment in campuses. And my second question goes to Advocate Millie. You gave a very good topic when you talked about governance and us being able to incorporate and even like how do we govern in our various positions where we are. And you mentioned something that we have a say, and it is true, yes, students, we do have a say on matters that are affecting us, because if you look at education, you look at health, we are the mostly affected, especially as we are still in campus. And is there a possibility for us to have stakeholder engagement moving forward with even the Ministry of Health, the Ministry of Education, so that we are able to table or even articulate our own concerns at a personal level and ensure that they're being incorporated and acted upon? Thank you.
Let's appreciate Juliet and everyone who has spoken. One sentence, no context.
Okay, thank you so much. I have one question to Akili. She talked about engagement so that we can engage when we have issues. But the problem with engagement is access. How do we get the platforms and access to engage? It's the most important thing. Thank you.
Let's appreciate him. Right. Yes, now it is time for our distinguished guests to address us on the matters and concerns that have been raised. I would like to start with my senior in the profession, Advocate Millie Luanga, as she comes to the podium. Let's appreciate her.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon once more. Now, I must say that I'm very, very excited about the reactions and the questions that have emanated from this plenary for one particular reason, that when we started our session, we had a plan and we had an objective. and we have seemingly realized that objective. One was to excite you to start thinking of some of the issues that you'd like addressed and that come into the budget process, whether it's at implementation stage or whether it's at the process of developing that budget. And that clearly has emanated from most of the questions that you've asked here. Now, you may recall, for those of you who were here when I was speaking, that I said this afternoon, the Cabinet Secretary will speak to the budget process, implementation, and the development. And you will find that most of those issues will have been addressed in his speech this afternoon. And if they are still not addressed clearly to you, I'm sure that we'll have another question and answer session that you would be able to respond to. But there's one particular question that I think falls right within the ambit of what the objective of my presentation was, that you must be able to find avenues to engage the different ministries at national level and the different departments, are they called, at the county level, so that the interests of the students that you lead are addressed in resource management in this country. And the question is, how do you get access to those institutions? There is something that they say often, and that is there's strength in numbers. It is so much more difficult for one individual to go and make noise unless you're a very good noisemaker. When I was practicing in the court corridors every day, there was a gentleman who was known across all the courts. He had over 100 cases filed in court because any issue that arose, he would be filing a case and he was moving from one court to the next. And of course, some of them he was able to win. But not many of us have the zeal and energy to be able to do this. And I think that is why even as students, you come together and have these organizations, even the one that has got a difficult name that I forget. That one, you know, that one. Yes, yes, you get it clearly. The importance of communication is that you get what I'm saying. So even with that organization, you have to come together for you to be heard. Now, the more that you are known, I mean, the Cabinet Secretary gave time and ear to the students who came to him because they came as a group. That is a start, and that's a process that you can use to structure your engagement, including being included as key stakeholders in the various sectors that will be engaging in the budget process. And I think that's a conversation that we can continue to have even at the end of today when we have the planning session on how we plan to move the agenda forward. Because for me, that excites me because it says you want to be meaningful leaders and to have meaningful leadership in line with what Yogo presented to you as to who a leader is. Are you there just because you have been put, or are you a leader because you have the character to be that leader? So let's not get frustrated that the avenues are tight. Yes, they can be tight. They are very much tighter when you go as an individual, but the space opens up when you go as a group of students. And remember that in Kenya right now, they say strike when the iron is hot. The time is for the youth. After the Gen Z uprising in 2024, I think that even those people who did not want to listen to the youth and to be concerned about the welfare of the youth have to incorporate it in the way they address issues of public resource management, of policy development at the national and county levels. So I hope that you will bear with us. I think that just excites some of you to stay on and listen to the Cabinet Secretary and get responses to the questions that you're raising now that will speak to the issues of budget, whether it's implementation or it is the process of developing that budget. The other questions I think are addressed to my colleagues.
All right, there is a kind request. The persons with the microphones, kindly switch them off. Thank you. let's invite Mr. Osborne Yogo to address the questions that were targeted towards him. Let's appreciate him once more.
Who and who are having the mics? The second one, iko wapi? It's on. Where's the second mic? Yes.
And the question was how to adopt the vision and to help in the realization of the same. I think the question came from some angle here. Thank you. Well, I would give two answers, and then I would give a scenario as to why I'm saying this. Allow me to first explain this. We've been talking about transformations in the country which require civic responsibility and participation of the younger generation. Today, when we look at our population, it is noted that we are 72.8%, 35 years and below. If it comes to the voting population, almost 46% of the registered voters fall within, actually 65%, of which the majority is in between 18 to 25 years of age at 46%. Now, if you look at this matrix, in the year 2013, out of that larger population, only 17% turned up to vote. That should worry you. In 2017, the increase was 0.17%. So we had 17.17% turning out to vote. Would you want to know how many voted in 2022? So now, why am I saying this? There could be a dream, but for that dream to be actualized, two critical things are required. Number one, I am talking about walking the path with the vision bearer. We must, as individuals, be proactive. Once the dream is laid bare, what we call as the shared objectives, they are shared so that it becomes a corporate responsibility for each one of us to follow through the process and walk the journey with the vision bearer. Now, the current government and also at the National Treasury, led by FCPA John Mbadi, who is the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, has an agenda. And for this agenda to be realized, then we as young people that are the forerunners of this dream and vision must be proactive. And that brings me to the second point, which is we must own the dream. If we don't own it, then we would not be proactive enough to run with it. I am a Bible-believing Christian, and like my colleague Millie says, a practicing Christian. I believe in the Bible, a verse that says, write the vision and make it plain so that whoever reads it may run with it. It said, though the vision may tarry, wait for it, because in due time it shall definitely produce. But I love the point that it says that he that reads it may run. So the entire responsibility of achieving or realizing the vision is that we must run with it. So I've given you those 2 points. Can we be proactive as individuals? Then can we also own the dream and own the vision so that it is not a national treasury dream. It is not FCPA John Mbadi's vision, but it becomes our own corporate responsibility, our corporate vision that requires corporate responsibility, individual indulgence. Let's imbibe it and have it as our own, and let's run with it. Now, maybe the last thing I would talk about, like Millie has mentioned, much of the questions that you've raised are more preemptive of the session that is coming after, that will be chaired by our boss and the Cabinet Secretary. But somebody, as we think about that, I would want us to think through this. Kenya churns approximately 400,000 people into the labor market annually. I was reading a report by World Bank, and it puts it at 800,000 with an uptake of 50,000. Our own statistics put it at 400,000 with an uptake of around 10%. So I want you to ask yourself, how many companies and organizations will the government put in place to employ these people? That's a question I would want you to do. But meanwhile, I would just highlight 3 things that, with regards to the opportunities that are created for the young people, having been in this space for a very long time. I think the most recently inaugurated is the Nyota program. I don't know how many of us have heard of the Nyota program and know what is required to be a beneficiary of the Nyota program. The second that we have is the National Youth Empowerment Fund. Most people are aware of the Ways of Fund, Youth Enterprise Development Fund. And finally, there is a very intentional, and we have an officer, a director from planning, that would most probably speak to that later, that there is an intentional investment on the TVET. I think going by what I saw last, it's an investment of around 27 billion Kenya shillings into bringing up the TVET institutions into up to speed, so that our young people can come out with skills that will enable them to be self-sufficient. I believe that it is the responsibility of the government to provide a conducive environment, because globally people have moved from blue-collar, white-collar jobs into entrepreneurship and service delivery. So the responsibility of the government is to create a conducive environment that would enable both entrepreneurship and service delivery to thrive. And that is why government is also investing so heavily on the TVET institutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. I'd like to invite once more Mr. Alphonse Ochola, and then subsequently Ms. Mary Joyner. All right, Mr. Alphonse Ochola, as people didn't ask Ms. Mary questions, to come wrap it up. Let's appreciate Mr. Alphonse.
Well, thank you once more. Now, I want to start by addressing the question on the implementation process when it comes to budget allocation. Now, while addressing that, I want to give you my version of what governance is. Now, to me, governance are structures that are meant to ensure that people of goodwill are entrusted by the responsibility of managing the resources of a country. So while in that line, who has the power of electing these people? It is the general populace. Therefore, it means that we have a shared responsibility as far as governance is concerned in ensuring that we are first of all, the vigilant forces that ensures the implementation of all the policies that we pass across. Remember, we only have a section of leaders in this country. We are the people who have empowered them to be in positions of power. Therefore, we need to ensure that through certain channels, we keep these people to account. The next one, someone talked about waiving the help. So remember, when a government spends on a given area of specialization, we need to address the issue of the return of investment. Now, what am I saying? That as far as there are few jobs in Kenya, remember, you might have a business. Sometimes you might be employed at a later date. So the issue here is not to waive the help 100%, but come up with a negotiated payment plan so that the interest on loan doesn't increase significantly during the period you are not employed. In that way, we will ensure that once you get that employment, remember, your help repayment plan is to the benefit of another person to get access to free education. You have had this chance of can't pay, you won't pay, right? Yeah. So after, we need to, if you don't pay the help, then it is to the detriment of the dispensation of education rights for those who are coming before you or after you. The next one was the question that was asked on mental health issues. Well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm not aware of the specifications or the breakdowns of the budgets that should go to cater for mental health problems. But as an institution, or from the various institutions we are coming from, we can ensure as student leaders that we take these institutions to account, such that if, let's say, 5 billion has been allocated to your school, you need the breakdown of all the listings of the expenditure that we have under that amount that has been allocated. So if, for example, I have allocated 5 billion, and you are convicted that mental health is a serious concern in the organization or in this institution that you are coming from, then we are going to convince the school administration to allocate some part of the money that was allocated to the school to cover mental health issues. Then I think most of the questions that have been asked, I think if there is any breakdown of money that is supposed to go under mental health, then it is supposed to be under the State Department for Social Protection. Then unless I'm not aware, but I think the CS is best placed to answer that question. Thank you so much.
All right, let's appreciate our speakers. They have done an amazing job. Appreciate yourselves for listening in. Last but not least, I would love to invite one Mr. Albert Maloba, who is currently the CEO of the University Student Leaders Association, to speak to us briefly on basically being a comrade. He is well versed in that sector. Let's appreciate Mr. Albert Maloba. Let's appreciate him once more.
Okay, thank you so much. It's difficult to speak amongst the last because comrades, one of our agenda number one, the pocket must be full and the stomach also must be okay. Sindio? Comrades power, comrades viva. Standing here reminds me of those times and those days when I was a student leader at Moi University, and I'm going to speak only for 2 minutes. I'll be as brief as a cock on a hen, as comrades sayings goes. And I used to be very furious. I used to be very active. I was more of an activist. We were amongst those comrade leadership where we were participating in activism kind of politics. No word will go as just anything that goes without our participation. And so this is a very great engagement. And that's why we partnered with the great team that is organizing this through the leadership of this team that is organizing the national budget discussion. Of course, also as USLA as it is, and I will speak this to the student leaders, I've heard of other universities that are here. Promiscuously, I've heard of the University of Nairobi, right? But there are also other universities, such as Moi University, where I started, but it's not any other university. It's a big university. We know our deputy president is an alumnus. He taught me there. And so there is formation of this new association for the Student Leaders Association. One of its kind, there has never been any for the longest time, including USPAC is our child. It's part of our, your section is Peace Matters. But this one is specifically to provide mentorship to the student leaders and provide alternative measures that are within the students that can support internationally and even the government and the private sector, civil societies and other areas so that we can amplify our discussions as Kenyans. Because before any other place, we have to discuss as ourselves as a nation. Why USLA? USLA was formalized because the vision bearer here, yours truly, Albert Maloba, I felt a lot of pain. I was in unemployment at some point. But again, I've had so many student leaders coming my way. And even I know, to the government officers here, many student leaders come to you. And I cannot shy off from this because I am aware, and even right now, we have success of some student leaders who actually even sell smokies outside there. You can imagine somebody was a Secretary General of University of Nairobi, but today, the economy has become so hard on him. They have no job opportunities. They have no anybody to mentor them and channel them towards any direction and focus to get into places of opportunities. And so today, they are doing millennial jobs, including even selling. I'm not saying that even being a boda is bad or being a hustler is bad. No, everybody starts from somewhere. But I do believe internally, as a visionary leader, that anybody who has been a student leader and taken steps, we've heard of a Secretary General here from University of Nairobi, who has said that he leads a governor. You lead over 20,000 students. It will be so sad for me to meet you after the next presentation, after you've finished your leadership tenure, and you are a cameraman. I'm not saying that being a cameraman is not a job. It is. In fact, people are earning a lot out of it. But how can you create opportunities for other people and you yourself to remain in the line of leadership so that at the end of the day, we mentor the leadership from down here. The reason why we are not having strong leadership, leaders with ethics, yesterday our brother, and I want to thank His Excellency the President, for identifying one of our former student leaders, P.S. Fikrini Jacobs. To those of us who were at KICC yesterday, I happen also to work closely with him. He received a standing ovation out of his speech that he did. He spoke so eloquently, he spoke true to power, and everybody stood up naturally, organically, not out of anything but organically. Like people were impressed out of the ideas, ideologies that this young man is carrying in that State Department of Youth and Creative Affairs. So these young people truly need spaces to showcase what they can be able to do. They need mentorship and they need empowerment. And that's why at USLA we have no pressure. By the way, for those other pressure groups that do their things mbio, at USLA there is no pressure. We are working on something fundamental that is going to help and it's going to remain as a legacy for all the student leaders at the corner center of leadership in this country, especially to those who are in politics and even those who are in the economic. Leadership comes with all those things. So that then we embrace a leadership that is well structured. Of course, I want to agree with the challenge that has been mentioned here by Wakili, not Wakili, one of the panelists, that the student leadership has been killed because of the Duales bill. And when you Google even right...
Your reality is engineered by people you never see. Based on Edward Bernay's ideas. This documentary reveals the machinery. Watch the full film.
In a more democratic space to elect their leaders, then we get to find leaders who can be better than Barack Obama. It is possible. It is possible for you to become more than Barack Obama. He was not the last good leader whom we've had, of course, for the 21st century, as we know, whom we represent, whom we actually see mirror amongst the young people. But that's not what I'm here to do today. I just want to speak to us on few focus areas that we need to concentrate on together with the team as we partner and work on this together. There is something that we are doing with the State Department of Planning on the Uchumi Vibes that is yet to roll out very soon. So we would like us to focus on the national budget, education. There are many areas in tax and data awareness, entrepreneurship, financial health, of course, has been spoken here, global engagement and global economic engagement. I happen to be part of the World Economic Forum. And our dear student leader here spoke very well, that can we manage to sponsor some of the student leaders to go in Singapore, to go in some of these countries and gain skills and knowledge, and then come and empower us here. Why? It is possible that through the Treasury, I'm aware that the CS and his office attend some of these forums, World Economic Forum, IMF, simulation debates that are across the globe. The UNGA Summit side events are there, FDBs, WEF, economic discussions, and research that are competent around the economic issues. Then our young people can also be supported at least once or two in a year to travel and go and study this. National and interaction economic calendars, I think we need to come up at least with a calendar running from January to December, and that will be shared so that then we can be able to embrace and see how we partner around, even including with the CBK, KRA, Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the SDGs are in the State Department of Planning, right? Yeah, and many others, banks, investment firms, so that then this dream will not only stop at us discussing the matters budget, but it will go a long way in unlocking more opportunities for all of us. Sindio, comrades, the broader, the better. Sindio, and that's why there is the broad-based government. Let us amplify our thoughts beyond where we have had some organizations and leadership in Kenya where it's a briefcase organization for an individual. We need to open up so that everybody can fit. Someone here can get an opportunity in Africa Development Bank. Another one will go and get another one in World Economic Forum. Another one will work with another bank. There are better opportunities actually beyond just us having a conversation around budget. With those very many few remarks, of course, I also want to welcome you to, you can check on our website and register, USLA, you just write usla.kenya or www.usla.kenya. Once you just write USLA Kenya, you will see the website, how to register and how to be part of the association. And of course, we have the UVA Awards, the first ever universities awards that we are looking up to be at Safari Park Hotel, if we'll have resources from partners on 17th of this year, December. The participation for nomination already began, and it's underway. Yeah, and that is my humble presentation. I'm also an author of this particular book, A Comrade Forever, which is my memoir of my leadership journey and how to be a good a comrade in the university, things that you need to work around for, to work with, and all that. So thank you so much for your time, and thanks for listening from me.
Let's clap for all these people. Continuous clapping. Thank you. We are well within the canvas of the program, about an hour late, but yeah, we are well there. I think what is remaining is the keynote address from the Cabinet Secretary, where then we will petition him. Before he became a Cabinet Secretary, he was a politician, right? We are politicians, right? The longest serving chairman of the largest party in... Let's not waste much time. Let's all rise as we break. I will welcome Mr. Achiego to pray for lunch. Any volunteer to pray as we depart? Come.
So I'm going to pray using English.
Just before my friend prays, yeah? In the interest of time, so that we also finish early, please take the shortest time possible. Lunch is being served where we served breakfast, and immediately after that we are settling down.
Yes, hello. There is a change. The lunch won't be served there. Lunch will be served at the first floor, where we'll be having at the poolside table. And I think that there's someone who will be leading us through this place. Make sure you have these meal cards before you leave. Thank you.
So thank you. I'll use the Christian prayer. So the Muslims in the house, you kindly permit me. So thank you. Let's pray. Dear everlasting Father, Lord, we thank you and we bless you, King of glory, for this great day, everlasting Father. Lord, as we want to break for our lunch, Lord, we pray that you may bless the meals and protect it. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ, I do pray and believe. Thank you.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. partnerships. This beautiful landscape and this busy powered by PPPs built for Kenyans. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership or PPP is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership Partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro.
Private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian Geothermal Power Plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your project very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnerships.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress, powered by PPPs built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership or PPP is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership or PPP is a government and a company working together to build.
The journey to your dream career begins here at Nairobi Aviation College. We are IATA, Africa and Middle East top-performing authorized training center, specializing in hands-on training in aeronautical engineering, journalism, electrical engineering, hospitality, computer studies, business, clearing and forwarding, and cosmetology. Intake is ongoing at our Nairobi and Kisumu campuses and Mombasa Center. Nairobi Aviation College. Profession is power.
Sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong Kiserian Isinya and Kajiado Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
Worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian Geothermal Power Plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your project very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnership.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress, powered by PPPs built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership or PPP is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the
Shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian geothermal power plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company, produce, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your project very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnership.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress, powered by PPPs built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway
Sustained Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Meningai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnership.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress, powered by PPPs built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership or PPP is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership or PPP is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian Isinya and Kajiado Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian Isinya and Kajiado Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppунit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
This beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Saa hii uko sawa, naenda within 30 minutes, umefika na umerudi.
The 90-kilometer Ngong Isinya Kajiado Imaroro Road, delivered under the annuity PPP model, was built with 9.8 billion shillings mobilized by the government of Kenya.
Mama akitaka kufungua kusaa, unaita gari saa hiyo, unapeleka tu matani, naenda kusaa. Wakati tunasanga tu hapa njiani, saa hii tunapata nafuu.
The road links towns from Imaroro to Ngong.
Almost all sectors of the economy are now thriving thanks to this new road.
In Nairobi, the Expressway, another landmark PPP project, has reduced travel time from hours to minutes.
The PPP arrangement comes in between to give what is needed without touching the public coffers.
Plans to construct Nairobi-Nakuru Mau Summit Highway has commenced, and we are committed to deliver it on time.
We also offer capacity building to both the national government agencies and to the devolved units, just to make sure they are all aligned in terms of preparation of projects, to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Public-private partnerships are delivering sustainable investments to Kenyans. From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian Geothermal Power Plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnership.
Across western and central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress. Powered by PPPs built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership Partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
This beautiful landscape and this busy road weren't always like this. A transformative public-private partnership has changed Kajiado County.
Nilikuwa naendea mizigo Kiserian, but nilikuwa naenda masaa mingi sana. Sai uko sawa. Naenda within 30 minutes umefika na umerudi.
The 90-kilometer Ngong-Isinya Kajiado-Imaroro road delivered under the annuity.
The future of AI lies in agents that complete complex tasks end to end. But none of that works without an AI-ready data foundation. As an official Google Cloud partner, ADG builds the secure, governed, scalable environments required to power real automation. The agentic era is underway, and the organizations that prepare their data today will lead tomorrow. Go from AI-made to AI-ready with ADG.
The PPP arrangement comes in between to give what is needed without touching the public coffers.
Plans to construct Nairobi-Nakuru Mau Summit Highway has commenced, and we are committed to deliver it on time.
We also offer capacity building to both the national government agencies and to the devolved units, just to make sure they are all aligned in terms of preparation of projects, to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Public-private partnerships are delivering sustainable investments to Kenyans. From the Rift Valley to the capital city, public-private partnerships are shaping Kenya's future, delivering infrastructure worth more than 123 billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian Geothermal Power Plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnership.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress, powered by PPPs built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury.
private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnership.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress. Powered by PPPs, built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership or PPP is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership or PPP is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
billion shillings already in operation. In Nakuru County, the Sosian geothermal power plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnership.
Across western and central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress. Powered by PPPs, built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership or PPP is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership or PPP is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian Isinya and Kajiado Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector.
County, the Sosian Geothermal Power Plant is supplying clean, affordable energy to the national grid.
Sosian Energy is a locally owned company to build, own and operate BO of a 35 megawatt power plant in Menengai.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your projects very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnership.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units.
Build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership, or PPP, is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport, or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance, and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years, under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian-Isinya and Kajiado-Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships.
PPP is good because you're able to implement your project very fast and start operating.
Kenya government remains committed firmly to enhancing the flow of private capital into our economy to develop infrastructure. We have to be smart in the way we have to develop infrastructure, and which is why we are putting more effort on public-private partnership.
Across Western and Central Kenya, PPP annuity road projects are improving connectivity.
Public-private partnerships in Kenya provides long-term returns but sustainable national development.
The KDF housing project is taking shape. Once complete, 3,069 modern units will provide dignified accommodation for military service personnel.
We also offer capacity building to make sure that projects that are onboarded are bankable and they can be of interest to the wider market in terms of investments.
Energy in Nakuru, roads across central and western Kenya, housing in Nairobi. These are not promises, they are progress, powered by PPPs built for Kenyans.
The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership or PPP is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years under a contractual agreement with the government. The Kenya government requires an estimated 400 billion shillings annually to develop and maintain its infrastructure. Of this amount, our country's annual budget can only accommodate approximately 200 billion shillings for the energy and infrastructure sectors. To navigate our constrained fiscal space, the government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. So how do PPPs work? A public-private partnership or PPP is a government and a company working together to build and run a public asset such as a road, an airport or a railway. Not all infrastructure needs can be met by the private sector, but where there is a good fit, PPP projects are offered to the private sector in a fair and transparent manner through bidding. The winning bidder gets to design, build, finance and sometimes operate the asset for a number of years, often between 20 to 30 years under a contractual agreement with the government. Through the process, government gets the chance to free up more funds for investment in sectors where private investment is impossible or inappropriate. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian Isinya and Kajiado Imaroro PPP projects. Visit www.pppunit.go.ke for more information on public-private partnerships. The government has embraced public-private partnership arrangements with the private sector. To champion the PPP agenda in the country, the government has established the Public-Private Partnerships Directorate under the National Treasury. The PPP Directorate has so far successfully supported the implementation of the Nairobi Expressway and the Ngong-Kiserian Isinya and